Right then, hello there. Dread Mechanic back for some more Apex Mech survival. Oh, hello Tiny Cat, are you joining us? Are you going to sit on the back of my chair? Right, hello everybody. Who have we got in the chat? Oh, hello Player One, how are you doing? Hello folks and people. Yeah, alright mate, how are you doing today? Okay, so, what are we doing this week? Right, so I'm in my farm. Sorry, I've had a bit of a busy week and a few more health problems this week, so I'm a little bit out of sorts today. So I'm not really that well prepared for this stream. 20 kilos of 20 tons of ice in there. That's probably going to go off in a minute, so I might need to go and grab some more ice at some stage. But where were we up to last week? We were building, or finishing off, or rather finished this docking station for the mech suit I was working on. So, yeah, I think, at least for now, I'm going to finish off the armor on this guy. I also need reactor components, don't I, to finish off those reactors in there, and I don't know if I've got those bits, because what do we need for reactor components? Silver! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we need silver for that. And I did actually find a silver resource signal somewhere the other week. Yes, there it is. So, where was that? Oh yeah, 5 kilometers that way. When I did a little bit of off-stream exploring, there is a silver deposit over there. So, yeah, okay, I think, it's gonna be a right pain to get into that though, isn't it? Oh no, they're right in front of those gaps at the side. Right, I think I'll start by finishing off the basic armor on this guy. And then we will go and grab a bit of silver so we can actually start building some reactors on things. I know I've not got any uranium yet, but we will get to that stage eventually. So let's undock ourselves. Let's move out of here. Then I'll finish off doing that work up here. I think I might need to make some adjustments to the feet, because now I've added all this extra weight with all the batteries and thrusters. His grip on the floor isn't amazing, even at 50%, so I might have to adjust the feet at some stage. But we'll deal with that later. For now, I want to get this armor more or less finished off, and then go and grab some of that silver. So, let's... have I got any bits to make that? I have. Let's plop one of them there and have a look. Some of this armour around the back. Oh, you know what, in fact, I'm just going to go get the skiff. It's easy to see in the skiff. Let's go get that. Hello, Stalker. How are you doing? Yeah, let's jump in the skiff. At some stage, I would like to make an auto-docking system for the skiff. But again, that's another thing on the list. Another thing on the list of stuff to do. Right, so... get you in a bit closer. Let's bring that down a wee bit. Hey, so what are we looking at back here? I want to keep that clear. Oh yeah, I know what I can do with that bit. No, I'll just keep this armor fairly simple and straightforward for now. What can we do with that bit? We can... let's do that, I reckon. we've still got a fair bit of room on the inside of it for any other parts that I need to build, or any other functions I need to add to it. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, we've got this shape here. That might not look so great. Might have to adjust the armor a little bit more. So let's put, yeah, let's change those corner pieces to something that matches up nicely to that, which should be one of these weird shapes, hopefully. Well, probably not, actually. Oh, actually, I know what I can do. Let's get a nice kind of curve around there. I take that back out again. That's the one. That's the one. 1, 2, 3. That's the opposite side. There we go. That's better. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. What else can we do here? Have that, we can have that. We do something like that. Yeah, that's not too bad. Then I might just do cubes up there, so that rotor has got another connection point. Yeah, and then we could pop that onto there, and that onto there. So there's yet more connection points for those little rotors. Hey, right, what are we doing here then? Yeah, okay. Maybe... Oh, I've run out of steel, obviously. There we go. I deliberately built a cargo terminal over here. Bum ba bum bum bum. Where are we? Steel plate. There we go, that will do. What's that? I want to give the jetpack rotors a little half-block protection on the rear. Maybe. I'll have a look at that in a minute. I just want to get some basic shapes in here first, so I've got a kind of idea of what we're doing. Let's put a block in there, so it's a little bit protected behind there. I can come down to there. What else have we got here? Yeah, bring that down. Bring that down, and then we need some of the 2x1 bases. About there. You are crouching. You're a lot taller than I am. Can I get the skiff in at a decent angle? I'll have a look in a second. Ah, there we go, lovely. Okay, right, what else have we got to work with? I think we'll do something like that there. Yeah, that'll do. Have a block behind that, a block there. Have one of them. And what else could we do here? That's a gap. Need some kind of filler. I think we'll do something like that. Build that in. Yeah, that's not too bad. Get back in the skiff again because he's just that little bit too tall for me to reach. Of course I have locked in that block. Cool. Ugh. Need to weld up that one first. Fantastic. Right, pop that into there. Have that in there. Pop another one on the other side too. Wicked. Okay. Now, what else have we got going on down here? Yeah, let's use... Where is it? There it is. Let's use that piece there. And there, and we can get a nice connection up to that bit. Yeah, cool. Oh, hello, original Chad. The skiff is sort of like having a detachable floating porch for doing work around the house. If it's raining, just stay on the porch and fly out to the mailbox. Yeah, man, pretty much. Yeah, except it's not really rain I'm worried about, it's more horrific solar radiation. Because the atmosphere on Pertum is very thin. Not really enough to keep you protected from the sun's hostile rays. What's going on down here? Oh yeah, that's one, that's two, that's three. Let's see if we can make that a bit more symmetrical front to back. So if I find the right angle eventually, there we go. If I do that and that. What's that, Chad? In your case, one could say it's raining rays of radiation instead of water. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, a lot of the time the radiation comes with a horrific radiation storm. And rain usually comes with a horrible storm. There we go. Let's do that and that. Yeah, that's not too bad. So we need to leave that gap clear. Unfortunately, the batteries are going to be slightly exposed because of where they're sitting. That gap needs to remain clear, so those thrusters can get out. Ooh, actually, I might be able to put some armor plate in there, actually, to at least cover some of it up. But it was a design worked out on the fly in survival mode, so it's not going to be absolutely perfect. In that case, it's still rain, but it's just Deborah. Yeah. You could call Deborah the rain. It likes falling on me and making my life difficult. Yeah. Okay. We'll go with something like that. Something like that. If I can find the right angle. There we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. Let's do this side too. So we'll have that, we'll have that. Load them up. Yeah, it's starting to come together okay now. Let's grab some of them. Oh, I'm getting stuck on the feet. One. That will pretty much have to do with that section. There. To add one into there, and one of them can go there. One of this needs to stay open. Okay. Oh, the sun is going down. I might go and get a bit of rest in a second, get that sun to come back up so it'll be easier to see what exactly I am actually doing. What shapes have we got and where will they fit nicely? That is not going to fit nicely there, unfortunately. We are going to have to make some kind of compromise there. What can we do here? Yeah, we'll have to, that looks a bit meh. Oh, there just isn't all the shapes I want for all the things I want to do. That's annoying. Yeah, that doesn't look great either. What about the weird shapes? Anything in the weird shapes that would fit nicely? Not really. We could do that and then put a bit of armor plate there, I suppose. Well, I don't like that very much. Take that out. What if we do that? That. Take that out. Oh, that's the wrong toolbar. Yeah, okay. That's not too bad. And then that is a really annoying right angle. I actually can't do an awful lot about. That's annoying. Is there any way I can make that look a little bit nicer? We'll do something like that. Grind that out. Maybe use another one of those. Maybe we just need to start a petition for Keen to consider a greebling theme as a future update. Make it mostly about new block shapes. That's not a bad idea, to be honest. Yeah, some new block shapes wouldn't go amiss, to be honest. There are a few annoying little gaps that still aren't quite covered by the blocks that we've got. There we go. We can do something like that. That doesn't look too bad at all, actually. Yeah, that'll have to do. And then I can probably put some armor panels across there, but I need to redo this side and figure out exactly what I did over there. So let's cut that out, cut that out, because they're both wrong. Bum, 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 bum. So directly under that block. 1, 2, 3. We have that one. Like so. And then we had that like that. That one's already in the right place. Fantastic. So we'll have that there, I think. Yep, that looks about right. Yeah, okay. So what was it? Was it that flat one? It was that flat one, and then down here we had a couple of them. Couple of them, couple of them. Right, I think that is now the same. Yeah, that looks about right. Groovy. I can put a couple of armor panels across that battery on the back. And we might just do that there. Ooh, we could at least fit one of them in there, maybe. That gap up a bit. Can't really cover them with any arm panels. Nah, we're not going to be able to cover any of that. That'll do me for the back end for a minute. I just want to go and I want to get this more or less looking like it's finished, and then go and grab some of that silver. I'll just mine a little bit, take him out, give him a bit of a field test, mine a little bit of it by hand. Yeah, and they're all good shapes up there, aren't they? Yeah, I'll just go like that. Come on the right angle. There we go. Let's get that skip around the front so I can actually reach up there. Yeah, so 5 kilometers away. That's not too far. He should have enough power in his batteries to get us over there. Oh, that's nice and close. Let's not get any closer than that. What else have we got here? Wonderful. Then we can just stick a couple of cubes in there. That'll do that section for the moment. One, two, three. That's that one. Yeah, I actually like that. Ow. Slammed in the face. Oh, I'm getting radiation exposure as well. Even better. Now, I might pop a full cube in there. And then just put one of them there. Gonna have to go and get out of this storm in a second. In fact, I'm going to go and get out of the storm now, because that radiation is going to get real bad in a second. You're docked up and connected? Yes, lovely. Let's get out the hideous weather. Let's also stop crouching. Thank you, airlock. Kicked in eventually. Alright, well, while we're waiting for storm to pass and radiation to wear off, let's... Of course, one shot. Let's plant some more seeds. Grab one of them for now. It is grain and... Oh, actually, we've pretty much caught up now. They're all kind of about the same. Yeah, I'll just plant this here for the moment. Still need to find some mushrooms. I've not found any mushrooms on this planet at all yet. There's some vegetables. We can go over this side. Add a bit of grain. There we go. How much ice have we got left now? 11k. Okay, we are definitely going to have to go and get some more ice. And that alarm is probably going to go off in a minute, but for the moment I'm just going to sit here and recharge for a second to get some of that radiation down. Weather, electric storm, is that what it is it? Okay. You know what, actually, let's just jump into the mining rig and go grab a bit more ice. Come back to that in a minute. The skiff's been on charge, so it should have plenty of power to just float there for a minute. Let's jump in here, go grab some ice. If we can even find our way to the ice in the lovely weather. Yeah, probably should mark that location a bit better. Actually, I probably do have a GPS waypoint for it, but yeah, we'll wing it. We'll find it in the dark. I'm pretty sure there it is. Oh, that was a lovely lightning strike. If I have a sort that prevents the rest of the ice from stealing... if I have a sort that prevents the base from stealing your ice, that 11k should last quite a while. It doesn't last as long as you think, because I planted some crops right before I started the stream. The robots have harvested it while I was chatting and working on the mech suit, and it's used 10 tons of ice in just that amount of time. So the configuration I've got set up at the minute, it seems to use roughly about 10 tons of ice on each go. So that 11 tons that I've got left will pretty much last for this run, and then I will absolutely have to go and get more. So I may as well grab it now while we're here. That looks like I'm aiming at just rock. That's because I am aiming at just rock. Oh, there's a little bit of ice in there. You know what? We'll dig that hole out. Oh, the storm has stopped. There we go. We'll dig that bit out and see how much ice is actually tucked away in there. Oh, Tiny Cat is back again. You getting in the dressing gown? What are you doing? You in? Oh, she's in. Okay. So my cats like to live inside my dressing gown while I'm streaming, because I just sit here for 4 hours straight at a time so they can have a right good cuddle while I'm not doing anything. Or while I'm not really moving very far. Still seem to have a decent amount of ice left around here. It should last us a little bit longer. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Ah, Akane Empire, good evening, mate. How are you doing? Yeah, that is all just mostly rock. There is a little bit of ice near the bottom. Let him do his thing for a minute. Blocking anything? No. Yeah, that whole bit was just rock, wasn't it? Wasn't very much there at all. What about down there? How deep does that ice go? You've just begun the rather big task of getting all your lore onto World Anvil. I expect to finish within a year or so. I don't know what World Anvil is. Sounds interesting though. Meteor storm inbound. Eesh. How deep does that ice go? Yeah, it looks like you've cut straight through into the rock now, and that is about it. So, yeah, let's recall you and move the drilling rig a little bit further. Come on then. Back you go. Probably just completely full of stone. Yeah, we'll move the drill rig a little bit further forward. There we go, that is the sorter system. On here, dumping out the rest of the stuff that's in the drilling rig. Let's not go any further than that. And away you go again. Yeah, that should be a decent chunk of ice. Did we actually pick up any ice from that? Oh, we got 10k out of that little patch. That's not too bad at all. yeah, we'll let him dig through there and grab another bunch, and that should do us for the moment. At least for a little while anyway. It's a neat world-building org site. Custom wikis, interactive maps, interactive timetables, etc. with community access systems. Very fun, very daunting to... Ah, right, sound. I get ya. So you can have all your lore and all of your game information all in one spot. Oh, that's cool. What is that? What's that for in particular? Is that for some space engineer scenario you're working on, or is it for something else? Yeah, that's what I meant, Chad. Like, what lore are you working on? Is it some SE scenario type thing? Is it some personal little writing project or something else? I'm not really creative enough in that respect to do lore and things. I'm more of the technically minded kind of person. If you want me to build a weird mechanical thing, that's cool. If you want me to write a story, oh, I'm terrible at that. Yeah, you've more or less dug through to the rock again. Let's recall him again. And that will probably do for the moment, hopefully. Let's see how much ice that has brought in. Signals off the screen. Ruby, how much ice did we get out of that? 50 tons. Right, that will do us for a while, I think. Your Akane world lore is a custom world you've worked on for 10 years now. All my scenarios and videos share that world setting. I finished the book set in it recently, and now I'm tidying up all that intel. Oh, cool. Very cool. Nice. What's that, Chad? You're not practiced with writing out all the details. We can often come up with basic cliff notes for some lore. Yeah, that's about all I can do, really. I can usually have a rough idea, but creative writing is not really my thing. Like design work, like drawing things, building things. Oh, there you go. There's the ice low warning. Perfect timing, because I've just come back with some more ice. There we go. Right. That is another 50 tons of ice. Groovy. Right, where are we up to? We were finishing this bit off, so that's all good. At the back. Yeah, that's all fine. You know what? That flat edge there, that annoys me. In fact, actually, if I do it from the top first. You know, that, and that, and that, and that. And that, and that. What's that? On some other channels, when they've asked for ideas for the next SU series to do, I can usually come up with some bullet points where to start and explain how we got there. Yeah, that's about all I can do really when it comes to come up with like lore and story ideas. I can give you a basic idea of what I think might be cool, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty details, yeah, I don't really know when it comes to that kind of thing. Where were we? We were here. Right, and I think... I haven't really got a decent way of blending that, have I? What can we do there? We can do that. We can do that. We can do that and that. Do that for now. And what did we do there? Oh yeah, we need to chop that out. And replace it with a different block. So that one can... Oop! Keep sliding off those wheels. We will have that, and we will have that, and I'm going to fall off again. Feel myself slipping. Yeah, that's not too bad. I do think I want to swap some of these thrusters at some point for the rounder ones, so that corner doesn't look quite as doesn't stick out quite as badly. Bum ba bum bum bum. What can we do? Yeah. Oh, need more steel. A little bit more steel. We got a little bit more steel. We have. Fantastic. Yeah, we'll have that and that on there. We'll have that and the same thing on the other side, and then I think I will call that it for the armor for the minute. One, two, three, that's the opposite side. Q. Can I get close enough? Yes. Yes. There we go. And then one last little tiny bit of armor. There, we can reach that. Yep. And yep. Right, I'm gonna call that it for now on that armor. And then I'm going to go and sleep so we can get the sun back up. And then we're gonna go and get some of that silver, and then I'll be able to build reactors finally, even though I don't have the uranium to fill them with, but we will hopefully resolve that at some stage in the future. So I might need to build a ship at some point and go out into space and find some uranium. Because unfortunately you can't get uranium on planets anymore. You used to be able to, a long time ago. I mean, you can find it on some of the moons, I think, but you can't find it on the main planets. Yeah, right, we'll go and sleep. Get that sun to come back up. Oh yeah, we need to rebuild the Moth at some stage, so he can charge back up. What's that, Akane? 15 high houses control an interstellar empire in the early stages of expansion, and find others with this weird concept of capitalism that does not fit their planned economy at all. I've been obsessed with building a building barge as useful as yours, by the way. It looks so damn practical. Yeah, it's quite useful, especially if you keep forcing yourself into a no jetpack position like I seem to keep doing at the minute. I've got a slightly more practical version of it in my Alien Survival series, but that's because I didn't have to figure out how to build it live on stream with an audience watching me. I had to spend like a week figuring it out, bit by bit, and rebuilding it. I do want to put an auto docking system on the one I've got in this world, though. Right, that's recharged. That is healed. Let's dump all this stuff, because I don't want it. Gun, bullets, food. Right, that is cool. Right, where is Silver? 5 kilometers over there. Yeah, I think I might at some stage extend the back of these feet out a little bit, because he has a tendency to tilt back a little bit when he's walking. So I might have to make the back of them a little bit more supported. Would possibly even put in another side-mounted wheel there, so he's got a bit more grip that way. But that is something we will deal with later. Okay, there's a whole bunch of things that are visible for some reason. Why is that arm hinge visible on my hood? Doesn't want to be. Balance control units, you don't need to be visible either, because I've pretty much finished testing you. There we go, that can go off. Oh yeah, I've not actually put an antenna on this guy yet. Yeah, we'll do that later. So yeah, you can see those feet pitch up a little bit sometimes as he's walking. I think we might have to support the back of the feet a little bit better at some stage. Then there's a whole bunch of extra controls on here I need to fix. I also need to get a camera on there as well. Yeah, we'll do all that later. We will, for now, go and check that out. So, let's activate our light systems. We've got 45 minutes going straight up. We've got about 40 minutes of light time, or an hour roughly, depending on what the thrusters are saying. Well, the balance control system is fighting me a bit at the moment. That shouldn't be kicking in when I'm actually actively using the flight controls. Yeah, that needs fixing. And I would like to put some controls in for the arms so they react when I'm flying about, so he doesn't just quite look like he's just floating in a standing position. I'll try and make him an actual flying position at some stage. Oh, there's another beacon over there. 8 kilometers. Interesting. Got processing plant 6 kilometers over there, and this should be Silver. Yeah, groovy. Okay, let's crouch down there. Yep, there we go. Silver, 30 meters. Wonderful. It seems like it might be a fairly large deposit as well, so... let's just start digging a hole. We'll get down there in a minute. Where are we? We are there. Not made that too steep to climb out of, have I? It's a little bit steep, but it's still manageable. Oop, getting dark. Oh, hello, Krevetka. How are you doing this evening? Yeah, Chad. Yeah, I will set up some arm controls at some point to make them move around when he does when he flies in different directions. I've done that with other flying bipeds in the past. I've just not got around to it with this guy yet. Yeah, you can make cool flying mechs, but unless you program in some arm movements, whether it's through event controllers or a script or something, they just look like they're standing still and floating through the air otherwise. 5 meters. There we go. Silver. Lovely, lovely silver. There we go. I don't need a massive amount of this for the moment, so I'm just gonna... I'll pretty much just fill up my inventory with whatever silver I can grab for the minute, and then we'll take that back home, get some medical components and things built, and I want to build an actual medical bay, so I don't just have the, I'm not just completely relying on the survival kit. Sure, I've picked up an awful lot of stone that I don't want. I'll go back up to the top and dump that out. And then fill up the rest with more silver. Ah, right, yeah. Where's the way out? There it is. What did I pick up? 5 tons of stone. Don't want that. You can just sit there in one big horrible boulder. And more silver. Silver, 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 and silver. Oh, that might not actually be as much as I thought there was going to be down here. Yeah, I think I needed silver as well to get some better tools, didn't I? Or was it platinum? I can't remember off the top of my head. We will find out when we get back to base. Yeah, I can live with that little bit of stone. Although, I probably can dump it out for some actual silver that is here on the floor. I'll call it that. Oh, I've managed to dig out my ramp out of the base. Out of this hole, rather. That was clever of me. Really, it's just that a little bit too steep to climb. There we go. At some stage we'll come back here with a drilling rig and get it all out properly. Ah, there's a processing plant there, there's a beacon there, and there's another processing plant there. Oh, cool. So there's a whole bunch of things about. Ooh. Tilting, tilting. Main issue with bipeds, though, is they're very top heavy. Right, let's fly away again. Let me just quickly look at these flight controllers. Flight, forward, actions. Oh, I don't think I've actually got it turning the balance control system off. Did I not set that up? Evidently not. Okay. Yeah, that's... I set up the things for all of that. I set up that, I set up that. Oh, I turned the gyros of the balance control off, apparently. Apparently, it's not working the way it was the other week. Because I can still feel the balance control fighting me. Okay, let's try just turning the balance control system. Oh, it's flicking. That's... Why is that flicking? Is that because of our up thrusters going slightly above 50%? Alright, we'll call that... Oh yeah, the extra weight I've added seem to be messing those thrusters, although they should. Oh, I might need to make another... Yeah, I think I need to make a different fail-safe for turning those... the vertical thruster control off when I'm flying, because you can see the vertical thrusters react as I move about. And then that event controller is doing things. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so as I've added more weight, it's messed with my vanilla control settings a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to work that out in a bit. Either way, we will deal with that later. Right, there we go. We are back at the base. That wasn't too bad. Right, we'll get him back in here if he wants to play nice with the ramp. That should be okay. That will crouch down, engage the docking system. Still getting pushed. Oh yeah, I've added armor to the back, so I need to adjust those arms slightly now, because you are on a really awful angle and that might not connect. Is that going to connect? No, it's not. Ugh, typical. Oh yeah. We're gonna have to adjust those wheels on the back to be like the ones on the front, I think. Because that is an awful angle. Yeah, because that's nowhere near close enough right now. You know what? I'll deal with that later. I want to get rid of this, I want to dump this silver off first. You know what, we can just get to the... we'll just go through here. So we've got 10 tons of silver. Where's the refinery? Refinery. There you are. Make me some silver, please. Cool. Oh, look, it's finally produced those reactor components that I wanted. All those weeks ago. Right, so... yeah, enhanced welders. They needed silver ingots. Yep, that was what I needed, so let's put one of them, and one of them into production. And... alright, apparently I had one of them knocking around. Bung them in there, that will steal them. Oop, for the magnets of that. Factory, there we go. Better welder, better drill, better grinder. Awesome. Welder, grinder, drill. Yay! Right, we've got better gear. Awesome. Dum 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 dum. Right, I want to build a little medical bay. I want to expand the base a little bit more. And I will figure out fixing your docking setup later. I want to get this medical bay built because it's been on my list of things to do for a while. Oh, what's that, Chad? PSA for chat, don't forget to switch. Oh yeah, the window's on live chat. I always set that to live chat pretty much straight away. Dread's ISP is trying to turn the stream into a PowerPoint. Oh, did my internet go a bit funny for a second? Yeah, the weather here is typically crap as usual. But it seems to be doing okay. Oh, hello. 33 OTT over on Twitch. That thing looks like a Clang monster. It's not too bad, to be honest, if you're referring to my mech suit. I have a pretty good relationship with Clang. I have a fairly good idea of what I can and can't get away with when it comes to Clang. Now, where should I build some kind of medical bay? I'm also not the greatest at civil engineering, so when it comes to laying out bases, I just kind of throw things wherever. And then find I've screwed myself over a bit when it comes to spacing and room for things. Where should we put a medical bay? Add the medical wing off the side of the living quarters. Yeah, you know what? I might... why can we do that, actually? Because that does sound like a good idea. I would like to have it fairly close to my living quarters. So I can either put it in here and move the docking station for the Zebra somewhere else. Or I can put it on this side and move the docking station for the Moth. I think, seeing as we don't actually have a Moth anymore, I might do it this way and then come up with a better place to put this, because it's literally just a docking platform with a beacon on it. That can easily be rebuilt, and I could probably actually... I can build that, basically, off the side of any other building, really. So yeah, I might take... might grind that out and maybe put it here, but inside, yeah, we might, yeah, I might grind that out, put a door here, because I can't really put it there, because that's all blocked in by stuff. And to be honest, I want to leave that gap for the Zebra. I don't really want to move him, so I might, yeah, I might do it here instead. And we cut that out. Build the floor out a bit further here. That doesn't actually have any cargo connection to it. That is literally just a small grid rotor tucked under the floor, so I can have an elevated small grid connector on it. But like I said, that can easily be moved. So yeah, I might do that then. So let's take all of this gubbins out. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So let's weld this up. Ooh, that is a bit quick with that new welder. Let's grab some more steel. To be honest, I might put some floor blocks in there leading up to here. Have we got any more steel, or have I run out? I have run out. Let's make another 1,000, because I go through that stuff very quickly. Okay, right. So, I want to have a door here, and I want to use... Where is it? There we go. I want to use that new door because I really like the way these new doors look. I think they look pretty good. Pretty good. Cool. Alright, that could be the door into there. And we'll have a medical bay in here. We'll go with the cool, newer looking one. It's got connections on the back corner. So what could we do? What could we do? I'd like it to be a little bit smaller than the width of the main habitat, so I might take these blocks out. And that's going to be a wall section, so yeah, we'll just have that like that, and then we will feed that in. In fact, do they have... No, they don't have connection points on the bottom, do they? No, so it's going to have to get piped in through the wall. Okay, we can do that. Although I can't jump back up there again. Right, what do we need for this bad boy? Medical components. Let's get all that built then. Make some stuff for me. You comfortable in there, little cat? There you are. Hello. Though we are going to need to put a new light over here. Ooh, actually, let's keep that light central and let's not mess with the layout too much. So I might... Yeah, I think I'll just put one of the basic old style lights there. Copy all of that. And I'm going to take the word inset out of there because it is not inset. There we go, we're back to being able to see what we're doing. Beautiful. Cool, it's making the medical components. Perfect. Need one more. Wicked, there we go. Awesome, we have a medical bay. Right, so we need to pipe it in, and I'm probably... Yeah, I'm going to pipe it in through that side. So, we'll do that to get that out of there, and let's just connect them up temporarily. And then we can run a pipe. Oh, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. I'll just run a pipe along here, I think. Because I like having pipes running everywhere, if anyone's ever seen the Terry Gilliam film Brazil. We have ducts all over the place, and I've always kind of liked that aesthetic. So we'll do something like that. One, two, three, four. Oop. Weird connection point there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course, we are just slightly short. There we go. Wonderful. Right, grab that. Get some bits for that. Make some bits for that. What's that, Chad? Yes, I've seen that movie. It's pretty good. Yeah, I love Brazil. I love Terry Gilliam's work in general. I love the theme tune to that film. I always find myself singing it. Right, cool. That is connected. Take both of them back out. Groovy. Right, let's figure out what we're going to do with the walls. Ooh, and the roof. Bum bum bum. So, where are my interior wall blocks? I might put a ceiling light in here, maybe. We're done with this room. It's all these ones, isn't it? That's got a corner section there. We've got one of them. We might have a little bit of space to put something in here. Although I would, actually I would like some windows in here. Yeah, okay, I might put a window into this gap. What have we got? Something that fits. You know what? I'm going to go with that one. Or, actually, seeing as that window's super thin, well, because it's only a half block, might actually go with them instead, maybe. We do something like that all the way around, and then those corner pieces won't look great like that. Does the skiff have damage? I think that's just the thrusters dusting off the floor. I did think that myself before, which is why I had a little double take. I think it's just the thrusters dusting. I mean, if it is damaged, it's not going to be hard to fix. Ba-bum. Yeah. We'll just do that. That's going to be a corner piece of some description. Really wish we had a corner section of these. So we've got that, but I'd like a corner section that can marry them up nicely. We don't really have one of them, other than just using armor block. Grab a load of components for that. We got anything on it to build it now? Oh yeah, it's just construction components and interior plate, isn't it? we go. What's that? You thought there was a similar block to what you're talking about, an inverse interior corner with a handrail. There is, but it doesn't quite fit nicely. Because there's that interior wall corner, but it leaves a big gap and doesn't look great. There's also that one, which kind of sticks out like a bit of a sore thumb. But you know what, we'll just use that, I think. Be the best option, really. But yeah, I do wish there was something that kind of followed the line of these blocks a little bit nicer. That is about as good as we can do with the inset wall blocks we got at the moment, and that kind of that shape there kind of annoys me a little bit, but it is what it is. But I'm going to flip the other one the other way around. Oh, running low on energy. Why am I running over there? I've got a beautiful new medical bay that can do it way quicker. Look at that, done already. Fantastic. Yeah, that's not too bad. We need some glass for that window. Have we got any glass? We have. Good. Yeah, that's not too bad. That welded, and then we'll just go straight across there. With some more of... Where are they? There they are. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have that one there. Back outside. The new doors are such a nice addition, but I am greedy and want more, especially half blocks and thin blocks. Yeah, I mean, you can always want more. What's that, Chad? Chuckling, scolding yourself. Oh, I'm always telling myself off for being stupid and doing daft things. Ah, typical. You know, let's get them signals off the screen so I can actually see a bit better. Cool, all parts were successfully completed. Yeah, that's just the dust. That's just the thrusters dusting off the floor from the look of it. I don't think I've actually damaged anything. Though it wouldn't surprise me if I had done. That's that welded, and I need interior plates again. Really? For God's sake. Always running out of materials. Right, build more bits. I think I just grabbed stuff and didn't actually put anything into production. And now I've been talking about Brazil, I've got the theme tune stuck in my head playing on a loop now. More of them. Some more of them. Whatever parts it is that I actually need. Where are we? We are here. Wicked. Right, let's go and get that corner from the outside, because it might be a bit easier doing it from here. Interior corner, there we go. So, need interior plate. Never enough plate. Yeah, which way round did I do it? On the other side. Pipe at the bottom, pipe at the top. Cool, thought so. Right, there we go. That should be the walls basically done. Really? I thought I grabbed all the parts. Apparently not. I think my middle mouse button is starting to die. Yeah, my middle mouse button's starting to go. Oh, that's annoying. I need to get a new mouse soon. I must have pressed it about 20 times then to get it to react once. I did notice it was not working quite properly the other day. Then again, I've had this mouse for about 4 years now or something. It's served me pretty well. Oh! The gap is bigger than you think. Alright, let's copy that. And... yeah, my middle mouse button's definitely going. Just tapping it isn't enough anymore. I have to really push it down. That's annoying. Yeah, that middle mouse is starting to die. Damn. That's another thing I need to buy. Lots of Akane, I hate dying peripherals, but there's nothing more satisfying than using a new mouse or keyboard after having a stubborn set of buttons for days and days. Yeah, to be honest, I think I'm at the point where I do need a new keyboard and mouse. My the plastic finish on a lot of my mouse buttons is starting to wear through, particularly on my spacebar and the control button. And apparently the actual plastic of those buttons is actually see-through, and the black finish is just a layer of paint on the outside. So I've got a nice see-through gap where my thumb rests on the spacebar. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that'll do. Right, roof, and then some light. I might put a trough of light in the roof of this building, facing down. Let's just build the roof out of half block. Do something like that. Have them going across there. We go into that one. We've got a nice block that fits into that gap. Keep pressing the wrong button because I've been playing loads of Space Engineers 2 recently. I keep pressing tab to get into the inventory, and that is not what the tab button does in SE1. And of course, I run out of steel. Why wouldn't I? Steel, loads of it. Wicked. as horrible as Pertham can be to live on, the sunsets and sunrises are very pretty. Oh, hello, Isis. How are you doing? What's that, Chad? You have the exact same thing on your keyboard. Yeah, apparently I use the control button and the spacebar more than anything else, because they've got great big wear patches on them. From where I use them all the time. So we're going to put one of them in there, one of them in there, and I think I'll stick one of the tropholites right in the middle. Where are those new lights? There they are. So we've got tropholite inverted half, that's the one. Which way is that? That way, groovy. Wait. Cool. Let's oh yeah, let's copy light settings from you. Paste you up there. Wonderful. Right, we can see what we're doing in here. That does not need to be 10 meters though. That's a bit excessive. 5 meters, not quite enough. Split the difference. 7.5. Oop. Yeah, that'll do. Wicked. Right. Cool, okay. Oh, we've got a bit of spare room in here. Oh, hello, Joshua. How are you doing? You like your mechanical keyboard can replace the keys when they wear out. Yeah, I've been thinking of getting something like that. I'll never be able to cover that gap up. That's annoying. Bum, 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 bum. No, I would like to have an air vent in here as well, just because it's not a particularly breathable planet, and I might end up closing that door and then suffocating. And also, it looks a bit cooler. So let's stick one of them there. Let's go and grab some parts for it. Yeah, that middle mouse button's definitely dying. What? Right. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that middle mouse button is absolutely on its way out. You know what, I don't know why that air vent is upside down. So I'm gonna drop that out and turn it back around. I don't know why I built that upside down. Probably wasn't paying attention when I placed it in the first place. What's that? Seems weird having a recessed wall behind the med bay. Yeah, well, I liked the aesthetic vibe of these walls, and to be honest, I'm never going to look back here, really. I just like the way these interior walls look. But that's just me and my personal preference. What's that, Joshua? You also use very few air venters. They consume a lot of power. I switched to using ducts when I started my PC. Yeah, I'm not really. I'm alright for power at the minute. I've got a bunch of solar panels on basically everything, and a whole bunch of wind turbines. I haven't had any power issues for a while. If it gets to be a problem, then I can rejig things. Yeah, they do consume a lot of power, but like I said, I'm not too bothered about power consumption at the moment. What's that? It would be really nice if we could toggle off airtight on doors. Yeah, it would be nice if there was an option for that, because yeah, you can build a room, and then that room becomes pressurized, and then you can't breathe in it if it's not got oxygen being fed into it. But yeah, it would be a nice option to have potentially. And I can go on the outside, grab some more parts for that. That's all those bits. Yes, I know my jetpack fuel is critical. Copy all of that. Paste that onto there. That can be exterior, and that can be on depressurize. And bum bum bum. Then we'll stick a couple of them either side, so it's mounted to the wall a little bit nicer. Cool. Yeah, not too bad at all. Right, groovy. We've got a little medical bay now. I'm happy with that. What are we on? 1 hour and 40 minutes. Right, that's not too bad. Yeah, I quite like that. Right, let's change that to energy, because I'd like to have that. I'd like to have that. Oh yeah, that is 100. That's what it needs to be. Yeah, the base is only using 5% power output, and we've got a whole bunch of batteries in our substation. And yeah, the power output at the minute's fine. It's flicking between. It's pretty much fully charged at the minute. Between the solar panels during the day and the wind turbines all the time, I've got plenty of power on here without even needing reactors. The only thing I really need reactors for is my robots, so that they can run a bit more consistently. Because the solar panels, the little ones on the lamp bot, just aren't enough to counteract the output that it's using with all of the rotors and timers and things. What's that? Clean naming conventions. Yeah, it's something I've been working on for years, is figuring out how to label things, because when you've got 1,000,001 rotors and pistons and event controllers and all sorts of stuff doing all sorts of weird things, if you just have a big long list of event controller 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it gets real confusing. So I use little tags for things. It also makes it dead easy to find stuff, like if I want the medical room stuff. In fact, there we go, we can add that tag to that. So if I'm looking for medical stuff, I can do that. If I'm looking for substation stuff, I can just do that. If I'm looking for factory stuff, I can just type in that. That brings up all the stuff in my factory. It just makes it easier. The hardest part really is coming up with decent tags for everything. Once you've got a rough idea, it makes it way easier for managing all the stuff. Cool, so that works. Let's eat some more food so we don't die. What can I do with this space here? 100% default naming conventions are garbage, and the default sets the status quo. It's nice to find someone doing naming conventions well. Oh, cheers, man. Yeah, like I said, when I've been doing complicated robot nonsense for so long that when I started coming up with docking systems so I could have all my robots plugged into the base to recharge, I noticed it started getting very confusing, because originally I'd just have the robots with like leg rotor, leg hinge, blah blah blah, and then I'd plug them all in to recharge, and I'd have like half a dozen leg rotors left and half a dozen leg rotors right, and it'd be hard to tell which one was which, other than trying to guess from the colours in the toolbar. So now everything pretty much gets a name almost straight away. Like here's the lamp bot, so it's just LMP, a lamp. I usually keep it to like 3 or 4 characters, so it's not a huge, massive, long name. But it does make things a little bit easier in the long run. Yeah, right, so what can we stick in here? I want to make... Oh, actually, that's something I want to do. I want to replace some of these blocks with floor blocks. Have I got floor blocks on my toolbar? No, I haven't. Floor blocks. Let's pop you in there. Copy that colour. What should I have? You know what? I'm gonna go with that one. Then we'll carve that out of there. We'll carve that out of there. There's the end one. There it is. I'll have that like so. Of course. Alright, need to wait for some bits. What's that, Josh? Oh, hang on. Nice place for a chair and a table and a cup of tea. Speaking of cup of tea, I'll be going to make one of them in a few minutes. Desk in front of the window. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. Some sort of storage locker maybe in the corner. I might pop a... I was actually thinking that. I might pop some lockers in that corner there. What's that, Joshua? You find it challenging to name all the subgrids as well? That way the admin panel is not flooded with thousands of small grids named grid 1, 2, 3... Yeah. Yeah, that's another issue, is all those grid names. To be honest, I tend not to bother naming individual subgrids. I only really do that when I've been experimenting with like building like projected welder systems and stuff, but I'm not too good at that. That's more of Apology's forte. He's really good at doing that kind of stuff. Right, so there we go. That's a floor. So yeah, we could have a desk there. We could have some lockers in this corner. Oh, actually, I might put one of those lab cabinet things into that gap. Where are they? They are there. You know, grab that colour so everything matches. Where is it? That's the one, lab freezer. I think I'll put that in that corner, because that's about the same depth as that. Oh, we need bulletproof glass, obviously. Cool, that's all of those bits. Ruby. Oh yeah, there is actually a bunch of stuff. I need to actually, on the subject of naming things, I actually need to name everything for the docking station for the mech suit. Oh, and there's a bunch of stuff in there that needs to get named, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have a little computer desk there, I reckon. Lab blocks. Let's have a look at maybe putting some of them in here. Oh, we've got that medical station. Ooh, I might put that in that corner actually. That looks quite cool. And then we could have one of those. That's too big. That's way too big. Yeah, I might put. Oh, of course I need interior plate. Do we have any? A little bit there, groovy. There we go. Grab parts for that, and parts for that. And while we wait for that to do its thing, I'm going to rest again and get the sun to come back up. Oh, that cup of tea has gone cold. I need to refill that at some stage. Cool. Alright, there's all the bits. We've got you. We've got you. And we've got you. I wish you could do something with those little screens. I wish they were interactive. That could be the medical station for that. That was not the button I meant to press. That could be that. And lab experiment. Get rid of that. Large display. I am just going to put the charts image on that for now. Yeah, I'll just put the grid on there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put charts on there as well for now. Because I'm not quite sure what else I want to put there. Right, so we've got that, and that. I think the medical bay is basically done. I'm quite happy with the way it looks. There's not a lot of wasted space in here. There's just a few some gaps at the top, but don't really worry too much about that. Cool. Medical lab. Pretty much done. I wish these were interactive, like you could lie on them like a bed. It's a shame that you can't. I imagine there's a mod for that somewhere, but... Cool, okay, I am happy with that. Right, we now have a medical station. Bet I didn't name that door though, did I? No, I did not. We'll call that the medbay door. Right, well that was that one thing. So, oh look, more roof space for solar panels. They're half blocks, so I'm not really going to be able to put solar panels on there. To be honest, I have got so many solar panels now, as I was saying before, between all those solar panels and those wind turbine towers, I haven't run out of power for weeks now. And power input isn't really an issue at the moment. So I think I'll actually leave that roof as it is. And my substation's got 4 large batteries on it, and they are, between them, generating and storing more than enough power at the moment, so I'm quite happy with that. I think I want to build I think I want to build another spider tank of some description to defend the base. And maybe be able to take out and do some offensive stuff with. So I want to build something bigger that I can ride in, because this guy's pretty good doing his thing. He's been pretty alright at keeping the base safe from spiders. Like I said, I've had a few issues on and off this week, so I didn't really come into this stream with a massive plan. So I think I might just do something interesting and come up with a new idea. Moth 2.0. Yeah, I do need to fix that, but yeah, it's something I need to do. What about the six-legged walker? The cones used in Star Wars Clone Wars. I've not actually watched a lot of Star Wars Clone Wars. I'm not a massive Star Wars fan. The moth, I will figure the moth out eventually and rebuild it. That's a whole bunch of thinking I can't be bothered with right now. I've been having migraines all week, so I've got a bit of a headache, and that's a whole bunch of thinking I don't really want to do at the moment. But I can build spider mechs in my sleep, because I've been building multi-pads for years. So I might do that instead. I'm just gonna park him back up there for a minute. Let him park up. Bum bum bum. Do need to move some stuff about in here eventually, because I want to get... That's a point. What do I need? The modules for that. Yield modules, superconductors, that's gold, isn't it? And I don't have any gold yet. So I can't actually do that at the moment. Oh, there's a bunch of ice in there as well. Yeah, I don't have gold at the moment, do I? No, I've not found any of that. There's more exploring for that. Yeah, I think I might start building another spider tank just for the fun of it. Ow. But there is a hideous storm, and we are coming up on 2 hours. Wild Wild West large spider walker. I would love to do something like that in survival, but that would probably end up being an entire stream series on its own because of how big that thing is. I have built spider mechs that size, but I've done them with the creative tools because they are bloody huge, and there's a lot of tinkering around involved in doing something that size. So maybe much later in this series, when this base is expanded to the point where I can't fit anything else into this little valley, we might go and build a mobile base. I think for now I'm going to build another little spider tank. Something that I can ride around in myself. Because I've got the Stalker wandering about. I've got my little Zebra Respawn Mech. But he's only quite basic. And he's got some panels missing that need covering up with something. But I'll deal with that later. Yeah, I think I'm going to build a spider tank just for the fun of it. Maybe build something with some assault cannons on it for potentially taking out some bases long range. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to jump into my bed so I do not starve to death. And I will put the camera into spectator mode, even though you can't really see much at the moment. And then I'm going to leave that there for a minute, and I'm going to go and quickly grab a cup of tea and have a bio break. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will tinker around with another robot. So see you in a minute. Right, we are back. Oh, have been people redeeming Tachcomas while I've been gone. Oh, that's cool. Glad to see people are actually using those redemptions. I hope it worked while I was gone. Right, so let's see how big of a thing I can actually fit in here, because I might need to build a bigger workshop at some stage. To build some bigger things. Yes, it worked. Oh, cool. It's only taken me about 2 months to get those Streamlabs redemptions actually working correctly. Right. Typical. I've just spilt a little bit of tea on my desk. Right. Okay. We are back. Fresh cup of tea. And the storm has ended. Lovely. Right, so, I want to build a rideable spider tank that I can drive myself. So, give me a moment. I'm just going to find some of my screenshots of things I've built before, and I'm going to try and use some of them as a bit of a rough guide for something interesting. Now, what did I have? Oh yeah, I know what I'd like to try and replicate again. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do that though, am I? I'll be able to do something similar. My screenshots folder is getting ridiculously big now. Where were we? Where were those old designs? Where was that spider tank? In the pile of screenshots somewhere. No, that's the other tank. That's that one. Ooh. You know what? I might build something like that again and try and do it slightly differently. I might build it with 6 legs rather than 4, because more legs is more better. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and do that. Where's that folder gone? I've got that screenshot from the front. I've got that one from the side. Is that the most recent iteration of that design? I think it is. Yeah, pretty much it is. You know what? I'm going to try and build something like that again, I think. Yeah, we'll go with that, and we'll stick an assault cannon in it. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Cool, we'll go with that. Bring that picture down a little bit. Oh, in fact, let's chuck that into there. Let's chuck that into there. Cool, right, I've got a pretty good view of that now. Are you back again, little cat? Come on then. Get in. In you get. Back into the dressing gown. Right, okay. Let's get my hood back up. Let's... go with the grey colour for the moment. So let's put that out there like so, and then we'll build off of that. So the docking system that I've been using for the Stalker, I'm quite liking the way that actually works. I'm surprised it works as well as it does. So we'll probably try and set this thing up so it's got a docking system that I can kind of replicate like that. So I'll have a connector on the bottom, and then we'll go from there. Right, I'll need to go and grab the skiff in a minute as well. But we'll start here for now. So where is my connectors? I have one of them. What's that, chat? Just an FYI, the page showing the redemptions could use some clarifications. It's not clear what redemption code is needed for the multi-word redemptions, like Dan's wrote on. Oh, is it not? Oh, I will have a look at that at some point. In fact, I'll do that after the stream and see if I can make it a little bit more obvious what they are. You know what? Just for safety, so it's got a little bit more structural integrity to it, we'll do that. In fact, that can be probably the bottom of the mech, actually. Oh, no, actually, I want that to go up a little bit, so that will be end up getting tapered. So we will paint that bit yellow to remind me I need to cut that off and deal with it. Right, okay, so we will have that like so. Let's redesign a few bits there. What's that look like? Side on. Oh yeah, that is a horrible old design with side-mounted hinges, and that is a very clangy way of doing things. Yeah, okay. Right, well we need to bump that up. Actually, might move that up another block, because I'm not sure I'll have the clearance to do what I want to do with the feet. So let's take that off, let's take that off. Let's place a ramp there, so I can get up here. Bump that up another 2 blocks. I'm out there like so. And I need to grab that pillar again. I'll have that like so. Cool. Is the why aren't you working redemption not actually working? Typical. Ah, Streamlabs, sometimes you do it, sometimes you don't. You're a bit weird, aren't you? Okay, right, so we'll have that like so. What's the spacing there? Not particularly great. You want to fit in more legs. Not much audio with it, but the graphics worked. Oh, okay. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, apparently. They should all have audio with them, but Streamlabs seems to be hit and miss. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Right, so that'll feed into there, that'll feed into there. Side of this is gonna end up. Oh, there we go. The robot is dancing and the music is playing. Yeah, I just threw some random stuff together from the default bits you get with Streamlabs. Some of them I've custom made, some of them I've just used some of the default Streamlabs stuff. Alright, so that'll be the bottom of there. And then that will be the very bottom of the mech. Like so. Let's weld those bits up. Weld that up as well, just in case something tragic happens. Yeah, I'll come up with a plan for what I want to do with the Mech 2.0 when I decide to fix that and sort it out, because I need, for the Mech, I need to put some feet on the bottom of it so it doesn't crash like it did last time. But I will also need to make sure those feet don't interfere with the top of the lamp bot. Might require a bit of jiggery pokery. Right, so that's 5 across. Let's go. Let's do 7 across. Three, 4, 5. Make that a square. Oh, there's a block I've missed welding up there. Whose energy is low? Of course it is. Oh yeah, that's something else I wanted to do in here, wasn't it? A refill station. So I might recharge and quickly build a refill station. Yeah, we'll cut that block out. Ah, there we go. Refill stations. They're already on my toolbar. Wicked. So I might pop one of them in there. There we go. We've got a better source of power in here now. Wicked. Much better. Okay, right, let's weld the rest of these. Right, that is going to have to move. Oh, I forgot to do those ones at the front. So, I want to put 6 legs on this thing. But I'm going to build it out of 3x3 bits because I want it to be slightly bigger. Have I seen the latest preview from Engineered Coffee about the new moon? Yes, I've been following all of the new preview videos for SE2. They all look pretty good. And yes, I did watch Engineered Coffee's one the other day. Oh, that's the sound of spiders. Thank you, guns. Yeah, I've been following all of those videos. They all look pretty good. I am curious to see what is down that hole on the moon. When the update drops. Oh, there's a spider all the way up that hill. I'm not going to get that. But yeah, all the preview videos look really good so far. Is it the SWAC his video that he's done on the new welders, they look really cool, and the little welding rail thing that he's built looks amazing for welding up ships. All the SE2 previews look amazing. I'm thinking this new SE2 update is going to vastly improve the state of that game. You know what, let's make that less flat. Let's take this edge here back off. And let's swap that for some 2x1 bases. So that it tapers up a wee bit. Because a lot of people like to, a lot of mech builders, they like to make their mechs quite angular and have very harsh corners on them. But I've been a big fan of Ghost in the Shell and Shiro Masamune's mech designs for a long time, and they're a lot more rounded and sort of biological shapes based on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I've made that up. In fact, actually, you know what? I do actually like that being a bit wider, so let's put those blocks back on and then just make the whole thing a bit wider. Because I do want some room and some clearance so it can get in there with the docking system. Yeah, all the SE2, all the new SE2 previews look really cool. They've pretty much been doing daily preview drops as well for like the last week or so, or last few days. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, so I want to build these legs out of 3x3 sections. Which means I need a connection point under there. That is 3x3 blocks. So let's go with oh yeah, that's what I can do. Let's put, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go get the skiff, it'll be easier. Oh, I think Lampbot's finally run out of power over there. Oh well, he can sit there for now. Let's grab the skiff. I thought, what's that? I thought you somehow painted a couple of those slope blocks a different colour until I realised the sunlight's changing their shade. Yeah, the lighting effects in SE2 are pretty good, although they do mess with your eyes occasionally. You might think something's slightly different colour, and it's just the lighting and shadow rendering doing interesting things. So let's put a row of them across there for now. Then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. We can have that on there. That should be enough room to get a wheel through, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, I reckon we'll do something like that. Ooh, easy. Didn't fly up quite high enough. Ah, the rain is kicking off outside my window again. Cool. Yeah, so that is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 block gap inside. That's much better. That gives me plenty of room to build a control seat and a bunch of controls and stuff. Awesome. Move you out of the way. Ooh, that upgraded welder is so much quicker. I'm glad I went and found that silver. Alright, so those can be the middle hip joints. I want to leave at least a 3-block gap between them, so they've got room to actually move about. So that'll be a gap there, and then 1, 2, and 3. Front leg. That could be the space for the rear leg, and that should be a decent amount of space for the legs to move around. Oh, that rain outside my window is absolutely horrendous. Hope it doesn't mess with my internet connection too much. Seems to be alright. Yeah, cool. Okay, and then we'll have... You know what, I actually want a different paint colour for the mechanical sections. Like one of the little rules, one of my little self-imposed rules I use for designing things is I generally have one colour for the armour and then a noticeably different colour for mechanical parts and timers and all the functional stuff, basically. That way it kind of helps me figure out a painting, like a paint job style as I'm going, rather than building all in one colour and then going, ooh, how do I paint it? That rain is absolutely horrendous. Cool, okay. Copy that colour again. Make sure all the rotors are mounted facing out, because it makes it easier to do the maths later on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we can only fit 8 things in the toolbar, which is annoying. How difficult would it be to make a centipede where each set of legs is attached to a section of the hull that is articulated, so all you would have to do is print as many middle sections as you want for it? It wouldn't be that tricky to build and put together. The tricky bit would come in with each section of the mech balancing. I have messed around with those kind of ideas in the past with mixed success, but that was before I started figuring out how to do balance control systems with the AI blocks. To be honest, I have been working on a Armoured Core 6 Strider for a while, on and off, and that is essentially a 3-section centipede kind of thing. And that kind of works the way you're describing. It's not too difficult. It just requires a lot of screwing around. But nothing's impossible. Some stuff just takes a little bit more work than others. I mean, at some point I might try and make a full-on, like, a centipede style thing with multiple sections. Because the Armoured Core Strider's only got a front, a middle and a back section, so it wasn't too difficult to do. It's just absolutely massive. And lags my game out a little bit because I've tried to build it as big as I can, but the real Strider in the game, scale-wise, is like 5 kilometers long or something ridiculous. And trying to build something that scale in SE1, it just makes the game bug out. The one I've built at the minute, I think, is just short of a kilometer long. I think it's like 800 or 900 meters long, and that is lagging the game out enough as it is. Right, before we go too crazy and get too far away from stuff, let's start naming the stuff as we go. So that is going to be leg, rotor. Oh, yeah, my spacebar's starting to go on this keyboard as well, so I think it's definitely time for a new keyboard and mouse. Leg, rotor, front left, 0, 1. We'll call that for now. That can be mid left. And that can be rear left. That's on buttons. That can be rear right. So we'll copy all of that. Copy, paste. That can be mid right, and that can be front right. And we'll bridge that gap there, just for a bit of extra security. We'll fill that gap in later. I know what I'm like for getting carried away and grinding off the wrong thing by mistake, so the more connection points I can put in, for now, the better. Right, there we go. Oh, there go some meteors. Cool. Oh, yeah, let's extend that out at the front and the back. How wide is that design I was playing with? Probably made it too wide, haven't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, I've made this a bit wider. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, alright, that'll be fine. Needs be. We can always chop stuff off and remerge it. But I do need to, actually, yeah, it does need to be that wide because I need to get a wheel through there for the docking system, so yeah, it's going to stay like that for now. Right, let's design a leg idea. actually. Three, we'll go with that, I think. Then we might bring that down a little bit more, so it's got a little bit more protection underneath that rotor head. Let's get the skiff so I can get up there, see what I'm doing a bit better. Ooh, actually, this might end up being... might end up being a bit wide, the room. That is quite wide, isn't it? And then again, I do need to get... Oh, of course you can't see the fucking wheels. If I do that, that is a 3x3 wheel. Right, that is fine. What if I stick... How big is a 2x2 in response to that? That's that wide. What did I use? I think I used 2x2s for the docking station, didn't I? I might end up having to squeeze that in a little bit more, because I don't think my workshop is actually going to be wide enough. Those are 2x2s, aren't they? Yes, they are. I think. Yeah, it's a 2x2. Okay. Right, we might have to squeeze that in a bit. I think 9 blocks across might be a bit too wide. But I don't want to have to rejig all that. I know what I can do. I can do some merge block subgrid magic to fix that. Take that out. Take that out. Oh, I didn't want to have to do this, but... Oh, actually, let's not cut that off yet, because that's just going to drop to the floor. We'll do this side first. Right, I'm going to have to fix this. So, piston... Piston... I could just grind it all down again, but I don't want to have to rebuild it all. Oh, typical. So let's... Oh yeah, because that'll reset to 0.5. Let's set that to 0. Let's lift that up slightly. Let's push that out a bit, so let's put that on 0. That out to about there. And we can attach a small advanced rotor there, small rotor if I had the steel. Facing out so I know which way it's oriented. Let's cut that off there. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's drop that down a block so it's not getting in the way of things. So, put that there. Lift that up a little bit higher. Put that there. Grind that off. And grab some parts for you. Hang on. Go. Yeah, I think I need to build a bigger workshop at some point. Use this one for doing small mechs, and then build a bigger one for doing larger mechs. Let's push that out a little bit further. Yeah, that should be about right. Bum, 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 bum. Let's put a block there to make it easier. That yellow, so I know to delete it in a bit. Rotor head. You need to go that way round. And I need more steel, small tubes. Groovy. Oh, I am getting hungry. I can't sprint. Right, let's bring that down a bit. Let's bring that back a little bit. Let's attach that onto there. It's stressing out slightly, but it's not too bad. Lift that a little bit. Right, that is now connected up to there. So what I need to do is grind out this section, and hopefully it won't all fall off. Wonderful. Bum bum bum. Let's take you out of there, and you out of there. And I haven't got merge blocks on there. Of course I haven't. One of them. One of them. You. Ah. Low. There we go. It's now merged on again. Wicked. Cool, so that should be connected up to that. Lovely. Right, hopefully we'll get a 2x2 wheel in that gap. Let's just have a quick look. Now, obviously I can't put it on that section. And that's a 3x3, so that's no good as a point of reference. Yeah, if that's the other way around, that should fit in that gap, that should be okay. Right, just need to do the same with the other side now. Bring that in a little bit. We can grind all this junk down and then just flip this piston around. Where are we? There we are. Well, that can go there, that can go there. And then we need that facing that way, and that facing that way. Oh yeah, I need to put that on a block, don't I? That facing the right way? There it is. Cool, right, let's extend that out. That needs to be set back to 0 first. That'll do. Attach that on, that's joined up. Cool. Right. That can come out. That can come out. I don't care about that wheel. It's going to get ground down in a second anyway. There we go, that is free. Take that off, take that off too. Ooh, behave. There we go, little merge block, little merge block. Gonna need more parts for those merge block, because I didn't delete them yet. Yeah man. Any of the parts, thank you. Now, let's get rid of that. Privy, that is now reconnected and a little bit skinnier. Should have a little bit more room to work with. Not a massive amount more, but every little extra bit helps. So that can come out, and that can come out. We'll put them back in. Them back in. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit tighter in here than I thought, but yeah, that'll be fine. Ooh, ow. Right, back to designing this leg idea. So oops, need to fall off. Right, what else can we do with this leg? And I failed completely. And overshot, obviously. Oop, that actually hurt a little bit. Oh yeah, you can't heal off refill stations, you only get energy off them, can't you? Eh, to be honest, I'll eat a bit of food. That'll heal me up. Yeah. And then I need to build the leg up a bit more so I can get a hinge on the end for the knee. That's not the right thing. So we might come out one more section. Or, actually, I might take them out and just replace them. Unable to... Oh, because I've got the wrong block selected, that's why. Yeah, we'll do something like that. I need a 3x3 space to get a hinge on there. So we'll go with that for the moment. Where's my way up? There it is. Oh. That's going to be a pain to get to. Yeah, that's not too bad, although I did not mean to jump off. Cool, and then we will have that colour. Yeah, it was probably a good idea to shrink it down a bit because that leg is going to get quite wide. So then that can be our knee section. Bring that down a bit, doesn't actually need to be that high up at the minute. And these corners here, they look a bit crap, so let's, that grinder's a little bit, gets a little bit excited. Let's pop that in there because it fits a bit nicer with the shape of the hinge base. And I do something nicer at the top. It is looking very boxy at the minute. What about if I use that and then reshape some of this leg? Yeah, we can reshape some of that leg in a bit, I think. Cool. Okay. Right. Next step. Let's have that there. That there. 1, 2, and 3. That can go there. We'll basically replicate something similar to this section over here. fill it in with regular cubes for the moment. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum. So what did we do there? Oh yeah. One velocity I want. So if we set that hinge, I'll have a upper limit as minus 25 for now. That can sit like that, and then yeah, that should give us enough clearance to the wall. That should be alright. We need to get it 3 blocks wide again, so I can get another rotor underneath for the foot, because I like to mount rotors on the feet so I can have wheels that turn into the correct position, and also having a rotor on the end of that leg reduces the amount of stress that the hinges are under when they're moving around, because hinges don't like being pushed sideways against their direction of movement. Which is why I stopped using side-mounted hinges for the hip sections, because they get very clangy once you get to a certain amount of mass, where rotors are far less clangy, but they're a bit awkward to do knee sections with without doubling them up. Needs a lot more room. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to, you know what, cut that one out in the middle. Be able to reach that in there, and that, and that. And then we can pop that back in there. Wicked. Right. Yeah, we need to lift that up a bit. So let's pop that up slightly. Now, might go. Actually, let's have a look at what that hinge is like. That rotor is like. There at the moment. Actually, that's not too bad. How long's that section? From there, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. Bum 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 bum. Actually, let's get that welded up. Oh, cool, got all the parts anyway. That could be that. Yeah, we're not going to be able to lift that up much higher anyway, so that will probably about do. Bum bum bum. So if I put that all the way around there. Yeah, that's not too bad. Can cover the side of that rotor with a bit of armor plating eventually. might actually change those blocks up there so they fit a bit nicer. Take that out. Take that out. Rounds that up a bit nicer. But what to do with that section, we'll deal with that later. Oh, also, rotor needs to be a different colour. We will call that leg hinge front left. Oh, my space bar is also on its way out. Leg hinge front left 02. That space bar didn't work again. And that can be leg rotor FL03. So we've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3. And then we need a wheel as the foot pad. So you're going to be quite big, so I might use a 3x3 wheel. Might also pop that in there. Give a bit of clearance. Left-hand wheels for left-hand side. Unable to attach wheel. Is that still too close? Do another one. And that's upside down, obviously. I always get them the wrong way around. No matter how long I've been playing Space Engineers, I still get them the wrong way around all the time. Cannot attach wheel. It's got because my stupid base was too close. Unable to attach wheel. Are you too close to the floor? Probably. Yeah, it was just that little bit too close to the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. That should be alright. So, then, to protect the wheel a little bit, have something like that, and then to give the wheel some clearance on the inside, we'll do something like that. Yeah, that's not too bad. That is a 3x3. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's not too bad. I just need to figure out what I'm doing here. Oh, run out of steel. Probably gonna have to make some more. Call up another 1,000 because I go through steel very quickly. Oh, yeah. You know what? Let's take you out. Let's just use slope sections for that bit, and for that bit. Oh, and also I need to get a remote control block in there so I can make a braking system for him. Where are my remote controls? There they are. Doesn't really matter which way you orient them, but I'll have it facing down. Because yeah, you can't access the brake controls properly through a subgrid, but if you put remote control blocks on the wheels, you can get the remote control blocks to turn the brakes on and off. So I'll have a remote control in each leg, much like the Stalker does wherever he's gotten to at the moment. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right, let's taper off the rest of this leg. In fact, before we go too far, I want to name some stuff. So that will be suspension, front left 01, and that will be brake control, front left 01. Oh, they are triangular blocks, not cubes. What should we stick in that gap? What have we got? Yeah, maybe something like that. Actually, let's put that back out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have one of them, one of them, one of them, and one of them. Hopefully we can blend that in a nice way. There we go, that's the one. Do something like that, and then we can fit one of them into that gap. Lovely. Nope, spiders. Thank you, guns. Oh yeah. Then down here, do something like that, and then squeeze in a couple of them. We'll find the right angle. There we go. Lovely. There's a gap in there, isn't there? I can't quite reach. That's 25. We'll have that go to minus 35 for now. Actually get that to lift much higher later on, but we'll just go with that for the minute. Oh, wonderful. Might even have that lift up to 40 maybe. Actually, we'll have it lift up to 45. That should give it alright amount of clearance when it's moving. We will also need to put shear inertia tensor on that. and that, so they stop wobbling. And we'll also bump that up a little bit. Cool. Which way does that want to be? That wants to be. So I usually go with about minus 55. Ooh. Didn't realise that was that close. Yeah, we'll have that set to that, and then we'll have that set to 0 for now, and that can be its range of movement for the minute. Probably have to change. That's not too bad. Yeah, okay. That's not that bad. Now, can we make the side of this look less boxy? Probably not without adding stuff to the outside, so I'm going to leave that leg as it is for now. And we will replicate it on this side. So what did I do? I did... Nope, that's the wrong way around, I think. That wants to be on the inside. Yeah, that outer one is wrong. That wants to come off. That can go there. 1, 2, 3. That's the other side. That can go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That was correct. Yep. Oh, actually, if I swap that one, I can taper the edge of that round a little bit, I think. Yeah, that should work actually. Put that there, put that there. Have that, we'll have that, and that looks slightly less angular than it did before. Cool, I like that. That'll do. Right, in that case, you can come off, you can come off. Have you there? Find the right angle eventually. There we go, that'll do that. Sitting under there. That is going to be that, and that, and that. Suits energy low. Much better having a refill station over here. Right, what was next then? So, next after that is more cubes. More of them, and then 2x1 tip in that gap. Oh, how painted it is. The lighting's doing weird things with it. Right, then more 2x1s. So that's going to go there, there, and there. Yeah, wicked. Oop, wrong button. It's alright, they seem to be clearing the base. I don't think I've actually been struck properly by a meteor yet, but then again, I've probably just jinxed myself saying that. And that's just going to be a layer of cubes. Yep, 2 layers. Start like that. Pinged off the roof. That's the only problem with having the roof on that. It makes it difficult to jump off. Oh, obviously I jumped too far. As obviously. Now, I'll do the other side. That's going to be another layer of 2x1s and then the mounting point for the hinge. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's about right. And what did we have for that? We had... yeah, there's that there. And that's there. That can go in there. And then some cubes across there. Yep, that's about right, and then we can build the hinge. Wicked. That colour. Yep, that's the right way round. Then we'll grab some parts for that. So the idea I've got in my head is something similar to the Stalker, but slightly bigger, so I can ride in it. And I think I'm going to put an assault cannon on the top of it instead of the Gatling guns. So I can hopefully blow things up from a slightly longer range. I can't quite see what I did at the top of that leg now. What did we do up there? Oh yeah, because we pretty much copied the bottom, didn't we? So, grab that colour. We'll have that in there. Up there, 1, 2, 3, that's the opposite one. That can go there, and then it's just a row of cubes underneath there. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, climb up. Ugh. We'll get closer. Cool. Wicked. And then it is 2 rows of 2x1 tips, or 2x1 blocks. That way? Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong side. That wants to go there. That wants to go there. That wants to get around that again, because it's in the wrong place. And then that is just a row of cubes again. Oh. Yeah, I'm not getting in there. I've backed myself in a little bit too far. Right, let's spin that round. Cool, so then it's another row of 2x1s after that. Or is it? Hang on, what's going on here? 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see what I've done. Yeah. They are on the next row down. They want to be like that first. Then it's them. Yeah, that's the one. It was a bit tricky doing this stuff in survival. I'm trying to keep track of everything, because I've built mechs before where I've ended up basically building the whole thing and then realising one leg is shorter than all the others. That's happened to me before. Right, that is that new section. Fantastic. Right, copy all of that. Paste that onto there. That can be front right. And we can have another 3x3 rotor. Yep, 0 is facing out. Wicked. Grab some bits for that. Cool, there we go. Give that name, paste it on to there, makes life a little bit easier. Not foot. Right, yeah, okay. Ooh. I'll grab that colour again. Oh, that's in the wrong place. Is it? Oh, it's that one. It's the one I'm looking for. I'll have that there. I'll have that there. I'll have that there, and we'll have that there. And 2 cubes down. 1, 2. Oh yeah, and then that was in there. Cool. I'm just going to have a cube inside it. And then we'll get that remote control block in now. So that's going to be under there. That is going to face down like so. Orientation isn't massively important, but I mean, the orientation is only really important if you're actually going to use it as a proper remote control block. If you're just using it to get brake controls on there, you don't really need to worry too much about its orientation. That can go there, and then we need to put a wheel block on there, which means we actually need to lift that up a bit. That is all the same. So 3 by 3 short. Where are you? There you are. And every time I always put it on upside down. Without fail, every single time. There we go. That's what we want. Oh, I'm amazed I had all the parts for that on me. Already. Right, I can get welded back up. Let's sort out the side of this. So that was a couple of triangles either side here. So 1 and 2. By the time I get to the 6th leg, this should all be buried in my head. And that's where things start getting funky, isn't it? So, let's put... just find the right angle, bloody contextual controls. Thank you. Awesome. Right, so that is gonna be that on either side. That can go there, and then we've got, yeah, one of the weird shapes, as I call them. I know they're called transitions, but I just call them weird shapes. That is going to be that side. There we go. 1, 2, 3. That's the opposite one. Oh yeah, and we had the smaller of the weird shapes on there. And on there. Cool. Oh, I can't wait until mech building is viable in Space Engineers 2. I've been playing a lot of that recently, and I've gotten very used to the partial copy function. And just blueprinting entire sections and just pasting them on. It's so much handier in SE2 for doing that kind of thing. It actually makes me wonder if they're even going to bother with projectors in SE2, because you kind of don't really need them at the moment. I'm sure there's probably some kind of use case for them, but for all the playing around I've been doing with SE2, I've not actually really found a reason to need a projector, because you can just build in blueprints anyway. You can copy and paste blueprints and all sorts of stuff. Cool, that's another leg. Let's... what was that? That was 55 and 0. Oh, minus 55 and 0. So that can be 55. That can be 0. Give that a little bit more power. A little bit more torque, rather. Suit energy low. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a second. Oh, and we smacked into the skiff again. Cool, right, we've got a front pair of legs. Wicked. Yeah, because when I've got it in a default position, I can set up a drive mode for it so it can drive around a bit faster than just walking, and we can angle them around and get them all in a nice straight line. But we'll deal with that stuff later. Right, back to roughly 0 for now. Yeah, cool. Nope. Thank you, guns. Nope, that's number one. Thank you, Stalker. That's why I like having a walking Gatling turret just walking around. Cool, alright, let's do the back legs and then we can figure out the spacing for the middle legs once we've done that. Put that back to 0 so it's a little bit easier to copy and see what we're doing with it. That is the wrong block. Oh, and we're out of steel again. I go through that steel so quickly. Steel. What would we like for iron? Oh, it's just short of 20k. We've got loads of iron, that's fine. Don't need to worry about that yet. Look at that Brazil theme tune stuck in my head. Oh, you know what? I might watch Brazil after I've done with this stream. I haven't watched it in a while. The DVD is sat right there on my shelf. Oh yeah. There we go. That can go there and there. Wonderful. Right. More of them. Mass production and repair. Yeah, that is another reason why I can't wait for mechs to be viable in SE2, because repairing and stuff would be a lot easier in Space Engineers 2 compared to SE1. Particularly with the ability to build in blueprints. Oh, that's too close, don't want to smash the roof. There's also that damage limiter as well, which means you can actually afford to bump things around a bit. Space Ace gave you a like. Thank you very much, mate. Every little like and comment and chat and all that helps feed YouTube's mysterious algorithm, so cheers for that, dude. God knows how the algorithm actually works, but the more likes and comments and subscribers and things always helps. What do we do up here? Up here we were doing that, weren't we? Oh, standing on a wheel. And then 1, 2, 3. That's that bit. Ah, every time. Jumps just a little bit too far sometimes. Groovy, there we go. Yeah, go there. Then what did we have after that? We had another row of cubes, another one in the middle, and a corner base there and there. Yeah, that's the right size. Fantastic. What are you like for power? 55%. That's fine for the moment. And then up here we had one of them, a cube, and then another one of them. Groovy. Right, the next hinge. Where are we? Hinges are all the way over there. What's that? Space Ace. Working on an airport base with a few side grids buildings. Oh, cool. Airport base. Are you using the aerodynamics mod for that or anything like that? Still never actually played with the aerodynamics mod. Seen people using it. Never played with it myself. There we go, there's all the bits. Well, that. A little bit too low. Actually, we'll copy that in a minute after I've started building the next leg. Where are we? So we are there. Let's copy that. That can go there. 1, 2, 3. It's the opposite side. Yeah, I think I need to build a bigger workshop at some point for doing these larger mechs. I can just about squeeze him into this one. There is not a lot of wiggle room. There's even less space for me to maneuver this skiff around. So what's after that? 2 more layers of 2x1s. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then another row of that. Another row of that. Yeah, that's about right. Right, so that's that, and then that, and we have, what was it? Cubes in the gap, that goes in there. Nope, that's the wrong way around. There we go. Oh, contextual controls. There we go. If anyone's got any suggestions for a third colour to add to the armour plating, feel free. Always willing to take suggestions. What's that? All vanilla, I only use one radar mod. Well, two. Added a scanner radar a few nights ago. Alright, fair enough. So what kind of things are you going to have in your airport then? Right, road to time. Other than that, I use nano and drill and fill. I can't see I've ever used any of that. What's drill and fill? I know about the nano machines mod. I've not heard of drill and fill. What does that do? Presumably something to do with drilling. Right, that can be rear left. You know what? Right, we're about ready to copy that onto there. That can be rear left. What have we got here? That and that. And that and that. And then that's gonna get filled with cubes. And what we have two of them down the middle. Oh no, we only had one, and then it's the remote control after that, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. So that can go there. That's another 2 cubes going down there with a remote control in that gap. Wicked. Where are my remotes? There they are. That can live in there. Ah, again, I'm surprised I've got the bits for that on me already. Bum bum bum. Let's find the right contextual angle. It was 2 of them, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. 2 of them. Yeah, and we need to put a foot on the end of there, so let's lift that up. Should be able to get another foot pad in there, beautiful, just like that. Construction components, large tubes, obviously. Yeah, man. There we go. It's like nano, but for drills ores. Okay. Oh, so it's just like automatically drill ores for you. Yeah, I tend to try and. I say I stay mod free. I've got a whole bunch of quality of life mods I've made for myself, but I try and keep things as vanilla as possible myself. At least when it comes to, like, building and things. Right, you know what? That's good. We'll bring that back down again. I do get the feeling that this middle leg's not going to have enough room to move. Yeah, we could possibly end up just making it a quadruped, but I'm going to try and get a third leg in the middle. If not, I'll have to use the trick I used before and lengthen it a bit. So what was that then? That was going to be more 2x1 sections. Then we have got all the weird stuff going on the sides. Right. So that goes there, that goes there. That goes there, that goes there. And then we need that one for there and there. One, two, three, that's the right one, on the right angle. Cool, I know. Actually, I should be able to just about squeeze in there. Oh, behave. Cool, that is another leg. What's that? I'm cheating, no guns or weapons on the airport grid. I'm making small gun towers in the sides. Lol keeps the red ones off a little. No guns on the base itself. Alright. So you're just doing little, like, gun emplacements around the base, but not actually attached to the base. I suppose it's kind of similar to my theory. I've got a few little interior turrets here, but I want to mostly have mechs wandering around defending the base. Oh, that's something I didn't do. Let's name those bits. Copy all. Can I get to that remote control? There we go. That's going to be brake. Rear left. Did I name that one? No, I didn't. That's going to be brake control front right. Suspension. Rear left. And suspension front right. So that's named. That's all good. Yeah, groovy. Right. That looks like another leg built. Let's get this skiff out of the way. It's a very tight spot. I can hardly see what I'm doing. Oh yeah, so rear left, that is going to be the same settings as the front right. So if I do that, That'll give that the right settings, and then we'll just rename it again. So that can be rear left, like so. There we go. That's half the legs done. God, I wish we had the partial copy feature that SE2 has. I wish I could just copy and paste those bits. It'd be so much easier. Like I said, can't wait until SE2 is more viable for mech building shenanigans. How about there? We had more blocks like so, didn't we? Oh, getting hungry again. Oh, thank you very much, Space Ace. Thank you. Where is that little one? There it is. So oh, hang on. I need to bring that out on the block first. Yeah, at some point I'll try and schedule in some just creative mode mech building streams where I can just faff about and do this a bit quicker. And to be honest, I've got a whole bunch of other projects that need finishing. And at some point this week I might book in some just regular old creative building sessions, because I've got my Strider that I'm still trying to finish off. Haven't touched that for a few weeks actually, and I've still got that Warhammer 40k Warmaster Titan that's still an ongoing project and has been for probably about 2 years at this point. It's gone through a few iterations. And that's another row of them. And that was me bouncing off the roof, because I put a roof on to protect myself from the radiation. But now it's a bit tricky to jump out of the skiff. Going up here then, so next we need to put in some more of them, more of them. Yep, that's about right. We got down there then, we've got 1, 2, 3, 2 of them, 1, 2, 3, 2 of them, that's fine. Then we'll have cube there, cube there. Oh, not a problem, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, because I want to get that Warmaster Titan finished at some point. It's been an ongoing project for about 2 years, and like I say, I love Keen, I love the games they make, and every time I get sort of comfortable doing mech things a certain way, they will update the game with a new DLC, and the new DLC will bring with it new ways of doing things, and then I end up reevaluating all the ways I do things. They've done it to me a couple of times now. I've gotten halfway through a project and then they've added new functionality to the game, and then I've gone, oh no, that's so much better, I need to rebuild everything, I need to do it all again, or start from scratch, or try and integrate the new features into the thing I'm halfway through doing. And the War Master was definitely one of them, because I did have one way of getting a I think it's 200 meters tall now, that thing. I did have one method for making a mech that size balance, and then they added the AI blocks, and now I have a much more reliable way of making things balance that doesn't actually need half as many gyroscopes as my old system used to need. Which actually ended up saving a lot of space and mass on the War Master Titan. But I did end up having to completely gut the inside of it and start again. Oh. Just highlight the bit I want. There we go. Right, I don't need that or that. Just need those two. Oh, cool. All the bits. Hey, groovy, groovy, groovy. Right, so let's do this leg. Where's my ladder? There's my ladder. That around a little bit. You know what? Let's angle that back round so I can see it a bit better. Oh yeah. Yeah. Damn it. No, it's fine, we can do that from down here. That one, 1, 2, 3, and the opposite one. Go there, and the rest of it is just cubes. Yeah, because I've been a bit busy in my personal life over the last few weeks. I've had a few a few health problems on and off, which has kind of gotten in the way of doing videos on a regular basis. Because I need to catch up with my Alien Survival series again. Because that actually takes quite a lot of work to do those episodes. There's an awful lot of planning and editing and all that kind of stuff that goes into making them, and I've just not had the time to do it the last week or two. But I will get another episode of that done this week. That's one, that's two, then there's another layer underneath that. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. And we've got more cubes there. Yeah, there we go, that's the right one. Just need to get the right orientation. Wicked, there we go. Oh. Not welded that middle one. There we go. And there's one around the side I'm going to need to get to. Just about get to that. Lovely. Right, another rotor then. What are we on? We're nearly on 4 hours. You know what, I might do another hour and go for a little bit longer on this stream. Seeing as I've not really done much in the way of video content over the last week or so. And also, I want to try and get all 6 of these legs done. So, yeah, might do another hour. And in that case, I'm going to quickly go and have another little bio break and grab another cup of tea, because I'd like to get those legs at least finished for now. So let's jump in here, away from the spiders and the horrible weather. I'll sit on my couch for a minute. I will put it back into that spectator mode view. And I am going to go and grab a quick cup of tea and have another bio break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes and we'll do another hour. So yeah, back in a minute, don't go anywhere. Right, we are back again. Oh, hey Archiville. Sorry, I didn't see your message over there on Twitch. How are you doing? You're even still there? I might have completely missed you. Right, let's try and do... Oh yeah, I need to finish off this foot, don't I? So let's grab those settings. Put that into there. That is going to be the rear right leg. So what did we have here? Oh yeah. We had them all the way around. Oh, no worries, doing well. Hope everyone else is. I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I need to find a better place to put the screen that my Twitch stream monitor is on. So I can see it better, because it's kind of a little bit out of my peripheral vision. But I've not got enough room in front of me. Because I changed my desk layout before. And I've got more room widthways, but I've actually got less room in front of me. Because I used to have my laptop directly in front of me. And I've not got the space to put it there anymore. So it's kind of off to the side, and a bit of an awkward place where I can't really see it properly. So that's going to be 2 of them, and then just backing contextual controls. There we go. That's go in there. Then we have cube in the middle, remote control block underneath that. Wherever they are, there they are. Run out of construction components as always. That's a point. Did I name the... Oh, I did. Okay. Well, while we're there, let's... Come on, there we go. Let's grab that. I need to come up with a name for this guy at some point, because I'm going to have to start programming bits eventually. And let's lift that up, and then we can get the right-hand wheel in there. Wonderful. Grab that gear. Ah, that's a point. I named the suspension block. Oh, I did name the suspension block. Cool. Stupid ADHD brain. I can never keep up with what I've done and what I haven't done. Right, I'll do that. Let's bring that back down again. So what are we doing? We're doing... We're doing triangles there. More triangles there. That can go there, and that can go there. And then we had 2x1 bits in that gap. Yep, that's all as it's supposed to be. Then we needed those corner bases. That's the one. Corner base there and there, and then some of the weird shapes. So one of them, 1, 2, 3. go, that's the one. That's the one. Are you back again, little cat? Come on, in you get. Yeah, my little tiny girl cat, she is basically like a limpet. She just is physically attached to me, basically, all the time. The second I sit down, she wants to get inside my dressing gown, or my jumper, or my jacket, or whatever item of clothing I happen to be wearing. She insists on being inside of it. Yes, hello, little girl. You happy in there, yeah? Hello. Wearing your head off like a little lunatic. There we go. That could go there. That could go there, and then that is almost the fourth leg finished. We wanted a little triangle there. Get my stupid face out of the way. There we go. That's that. That's that. And then that is that. So that is that leg done. Cool. Right, let's get this skiff right out of the way. Now we have to try and figure out if we've actually got the spacing. Can't see what I'm doing because of that roof. I need to figure out if I've actually got the room to get that third leg in the middle, or whether I need to extend the body a block or two. I don't really want to extend it much further, because I'm going to run out of room at the back to put in the weapons at the back that I want to do. So rear right is actually going to be a carbon copy of front left. In fact, actually, just copy the settings. We'll leave the name where it is. I've already named that, so paste that onto there. Cool. Alright, that can go there. That can get reversed back out again. Are you cozy? Yeah. Okay. As long as you're happy. Right, let's try and do these last two legs on the inside. What did we have? We had that, we had that. Comes out another block front. And we've got to put some weird shapes in there. That's the one. I'm going to set those two. They are 55 and 0. That's 55 degrees. I might actually set that to 5. That wants to be -5. So in that way, that is moving. Wrong button. That is moving 50 degrees, which means I can make that 25 and -25. Whichever, it'd be -25 on that side. And that should hopefully fit, but we'll find out in a minute. When I finish this leg, and we'll see if it's actually viable first. If not, we'll have to make some adjustments. Again, it's way easier to do when you're building either in creative mode or with the creative tools on, which is the way I usually do it. I usually, when I'm just throwing ideas together, I'll have the game set up as a survival world, but I'll have the creative tools switched on. That way I get actual survival style power and fuel and ammo consumption, but with the benefit of being able to just throw blocks around. Right, question is, can I get the skiff into this gap? Oop, that is the roof. That look like... oop. That should be okay for now. Might get a bit tricky later on. So... that's got 1, 2, 3, and then we need to do another row of them, and another row of them. Ugh, damn it. Yeah, I can just about reach those bits from the side, but I am going to have to climb up there anyway. Let's get that top section. There's my ladder. There's my ladder. Can I... there we go. Wicked. What was after that? Another layer of 2x1s. Got another layer of cubes. Cubes going in the middle. One of the... oh no, it's not that one, is it? It's the other one. It's the base, not the top part. Where is it? There it is. That can go there, that can go there. Yep, that's right. Oh, I think the skiff is getting low on power now, though. 29%. Yeah, that was getting a bit low. I'll put it back on charge in a minute. Right, so that's got a cube there. That's got base section there and there. Yeah, you know what? I might just go and put the skiff back on charge now. Oop. Very tight gap. Yeah, we'll go put the skiff back on charge and then we will just use some ramp shenanigans for now. Oop. Yeah, I need to make an auto docking system for this at some point. You lined up? There we go. Interesting how you haven't got enough power to move, but you've got enough power to keep your lights on. But, whatever. Yeah, this guy here is quite big, actually. Right, so, another hinge. Another hinge. Way round is it? That way round. Cannot withdraw one motor. Actually. There we go. Oh great, Deborah is coming in to beam me in the head. Okay, right then, back to the blocks. So, one of them, right? Yeah, and then it's the weird core shapes. 1, 2, 3, that's the one. Oop, not quite the right angle there. And then more cubes. And a few more cubes. Yeah. I have to put a ramp in here while the skiff's recharging. That should be okay. Yeah, I can just about reach all of them. And I can just about jump up there. Wicked. Alright, so 2 layers of 2x1s, so that can go there, that can go there, that can go there. Oop. Wicked. Right. Oh. Oh, radiation exposure. That's one of those storms, is it? Ugh. Quick, get inside before we die. Medical bay. You can heal me better. Wait for that radiation to wear off. Get below the deadly range. There we go. I'm not dying of radiation poisoning anymore. I'm just gonna have to wait for that to... wait for that electrical storm to pass. Yeah, not much I can do in the meantime. I've pretty much done most of the interior work I actually want to add into here. Not much more that needs improving at the moment. Everything's looking pretty good. Come on, weather. Oh, still going strong. Has that ended? I'm not getting irradiated anymore. Okay. I think we're safe again. And then it is another row of them. Another bunch of cubes. And then, was it them or was it? Oh, it's the bases, wasn't it? It's those ones. Ah, wrong way around. Yeah, so are we all looking forward to the new Space Engineers 2 updates? I know I am. Can't wait to get my hands on those mechanical blocks and start doing things with them. Seeing what we can do. Now, which way is that? That is the correct orientation. Fantastic. Ooh, that's a big foot in the way. Let's eat a bit more food, and then... oh, hang on. Have I got any meal pack? There we go. Let's... drag... oh. Why can't I get them from here? Have I broken a conveyor connection somewhere? Or has a conveyor connection been shot up somewhere? Because that's in there. That's going through there. Hang on. That was the wrong button. What am I Ah! Oh. That's been damaged. Ah. That would make sense. That'll be why I can't get anything. Come on, put them into production for me. Oh, obviously I can't grab it from that side because the conveyor's broken. You have to go from this side. There we go. Use something broken. There we go. Conveyor connection is back to normal. Good old build info. Ruby. Right, that should have parts for there. Fantastic. And let's angle that leg. You get to be mid-right. Yeah, cool. What do we have then? We have the... that's the wrong block group. And a bunch of cubes. Fantastic. What was it after that? 2 more cubes and some 2x1 bits. Cube, cube, 2x1 base. And then we have a cube in there, and then we've got a remote control after that. Did I? Yeah, I did. Cool. That's going to be rear right. That's named, that's named. Oh, that suspension's got the wrong tag on it. That's rear right. Oh yeah, I didn't do that either. There we go, rear right. Perfect. Another remote control block. You go in there. Ah, need more bits, obviously. Fantastic. Right, copy that. That gets to be mid-right. That could be mid-right, that's already named, and that's already named. Wicked. Lift that up. That can go there. We'll grab that name off there. And that can be suspension mid-right. All the parts for that. Yeah, that is correct. Fantastic. We have that there. We have that in that gap. Good. Sterling Gaming tipped £34.57p. Thank you very, very much, Selig. You are amazing. Thank you for that. Thank you. That's all I can say is thank you 1,000 times. Thank you very much. That is brilliant. Cheers, dude. Yeah, he's not doing too bad. He's just got a nasty skin condition at the moment, and it requires ongoing medical treatment. It's not like a one-time thing, annoyingly, and it's kind of going on as long as this stupid skin infection is lasting. So yeah, every little bit helps. Again, thank you for that, mate. That's really nice of you. Right. Also, hello, Selig. How you doing, mate? Right. What was in that stupid gap? Oh yeah, let's do that bit because it helps figure out the rest of it. Oh yeah, that is gonna be. That is gonna be that, and that is gonna be that. Yeah, that's the one. Oop, that is not the one. I don't want my gun. I don't want to shoot the mech that I'm halfway through building. That would be really bad. That's the one. 2, 3. That's that one. That's that one. And then what did we have at the bottom? Oh yeah, we had the little one, didn't we? Did we? Yeah, I think I've got the. Oh, I think I've got the one for that side, haven't I? Yes, that's the one. 1, 2, 3. That's the opposite one. Hey, fantastic. Right, so we can have a look and see at the check out the spacing of these legs now, and see whether I've got it in a decent position or whether I've screwed it up. Right, so that's that leg basically done. Suspension's named, brake control's named. All of those are named, so let's set these limits to -25 and +25. Let's put that up to 1,000,000. Ah, shit, no problem, Sally. Yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you so very, very much for that. I don't really like doing begging on the internet, but I kind of don't have any option at the moment. Veterinary care in the UK is the one thing that isn't really covered by NHS and state medical care, and that really annoys me. That is just a little bit too close. That is annoying. I might have to extend that out a bit at the front and back. Damn. Yeah, because that's... yeah, they're touching each other. Lame. I'm gonna have to move this entire front and back section out another block, aren't I? Because if I reduce the movement of the legs, then that reduces the overall speed of the mech when it's moving. Because I need that distance there, and it also messes with that, so yeah, we're gonna have to extend the length of it by a little bit, I think. Damn. Alright, time to do the stupid Time to do the stupid merge block trick again. So in that case, we will add some more blocks. Thank you. Yeah, I imagine that's why that conveyor pipe got damaged before, because I think something was trying to take care of those things, and I ended up getting shot in the process. Bum 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 bum. Right, we need to move that whole thing forwards a bit. Right, let's do this stupid thing again. So let's put that on there, that on there. Do I have the bits to weld them up? Of course I don't. Why would I? Aim at the top part, please. Thank you. Let's grab them. What are we on? 437. Yeah, we might be able to get these. I might be able to get this mounted a bit further forwards. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to do another leg. I don't really want to go and do 6 hours because I do need to go to bed soon. I've got things I need to do in the morning. Cool. So that can live there. That can have a block on the front. We'll lift that up a little bit. We'll push that out a little bit. We'll pop that onto there. In fact, we need to go a bit higher with that so I can get underneath. There we go. In fact, let's also put a bit of shear inertia tensor on that because it's going to be lifting a little chunk of weight. So, rotor, which way round are you? I'll just have you facing that way, it makes it easier. There we go, that'll do, that'll do. Yeah, that's good enough. That's not good enough. Yeah, whatever. Let's grab some tubes. Okay, right, so let's bring that down. Let's actually, let's bring that back a little bit. Yeah, close enough. Actually, that needs to go up. Needs to go up slightly. Thank you. That'll do. Attach that onto there. And we'll actually lock that so it doesn't move. And then I need to cut this off. There. And there, I think. Yep, that's the right one. Actually, I'll cut it there. Could have done that there instead, really. Put them back. Right, we need to extend you out. Oh, damn it. Damn it. There we go. Right, let's extend you out a block or so. So let's push you forwards a bit. I need to get a block in there. And then a merge block on the end of that. think... Well, actually, if I do a merge block there... Ah, smack. Actually, I want to keep these gaps odd numbers rather than going to even numbers. So let's recharge a little bit. I've got a merge block there. Let's build another one there. And that creates a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 block gap between those leg bases. And we can hopefully do the same thing at the back. There we go, that is joined up, lovely. Let's fill that gap in. And then that should hopefully have enough space. Oof, that's still really close. But it's not touching. Ooh, it's just about touching, but... that should be alright. I don't really want to make it much longer than that, because it's going to start getting ridiculously big. I'll start doing that. That should be alright. Yeah, we'll go with that. That should be okay. That's now connected. I can take them out. Replace that again. Why am I sliding? Is that a weird physics bug because that rotor's getting pushed? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Weird physics bug. Oop. Go. Okay. Yeah, I think I can live with that, hopefully. Ah, I'm stuck in a weird little gap. Right, let's try and do the same thing at the back. I didn't... Oop. Oh, damn it. Oh my god. Right. Thank you. There we go. Right. Let's try and adjust this rear section then. And bring that back a little bit. Hopefully I'll still have the room to do what I want to do at the back. What we've got? About 15 minutes left. Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. I might finish off the other leg off stream, so when I come back next weekend, we can just get straight into the programming and building and getting his port controls set up. Because someone mentioned a couple of weeks ago about building a big lift or something, and I've actually been thinking about that idea, and I'm thinking about building some kind of lift. Because the ramp is alright, but it's not quite wide enough, and I don't want to I've already adjusted it once and made it slightly wider to get the mining rig up it. And I don't want to have to do it again to get this up it, because this is going to be super wide. So yeah, I might end up trying to come up with some ridiculous idea for a lift to get my big mechs out of this valley. Share inertia sensor. Let's pop one of them onto there. Let's have the zero facing me. We'll have the little center mark on that facing me, so it doesn't do weird stuff when it connects. Cool, let's bring that back down. Around there will be alright. Let's bring that back a tiny bit. That's the wrong button. Yeah, definitely need a new mouse. My middle mouse wheel is a bit knackered, I think. Right, that is connected. Let's take out that. It's attached, isn't it? Yeah, it's attached. Oh, that's a good thing. Would you stop bugging out? Rotor lock. There we go. Cool. There we go. Let's push that out a little bit. Squeeze some merge blocks. Oops. Into that gap. Let's climb back up again. Oh, hang on. That needs to go further. I've only made a 2-block gap there. Oh, I should have done that. Yeah, whatever. Ah! That jump is just too far sometimes. I can go there. Merge block can go there. So that is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Ugh. God. Smacking down it. There we go. Have I run out of the parts for that already? I literally had them a minute ago. Right, that was all the build planner stuff. Hey, I did that jump first time then. Let's bring that back in. Groovy. We are joined up again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Cool. That is about the correct spacing. Take them back out. Cool. Right. Wicked. Get rid of all this again. Oh. Oh, yeah. Drop that, didn't I? Oh, just grind the right thing. Come on. Come on. You can aim at it. I believe in you. Can you just aim at the thing that I'm aiming at, please? Feckin' grinders. There we go. Really don't want to accidentally grind the mech off this platform by mistake. Oh. Solid. There we go. Cool. Right, that is looking a little bit better. Let's put a few more blocks in there, so that's a bit more secure. Groovy. Reverse that back. Reverse that back. They shouldn't be touching. Oh, that's why, because I didn't set that to -5, did I? That's still going all the way back to 0. That gap should be okay. If it's not, we will have to extend that again. Okay, right, so that is bar the one missing leg, which I'm going to do next time because I've only got about 10 minutes left of this stream. In fact, I'll do that leg off stream and just get it finished off. And then next week, when we come back, we can get straight into programming, hopefully, and setting these legs up. Because I need to figure out where I'm going to put my control seat, and need to figure out where I'm going to put the walk controls. I also need to work out where I'm going to conveyor in weapons and stuff, because we've got that coming out of there, so I might end up putting like a conveyor thing like that, and then having a control seat on top of that, although I do really like these hanging ones. So I might have to work out a way of mounting that to the top, so I can get a hanging seat dangling down from the roof of the mech. And then these legs. These leg sections. Dun, 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 dun. I might take them out of there. But them in so it fits with the bottom of the rotor a little bit nicer. Yeah, I can have a seat. You know what, I'll just put a dummy seat in for the minute. I'll just put that in. There's going to be some kind of central cockpit, roughly like that, I reckon. Then I can fit the weapon controls around the sides, because I'm going to have some arms on it somewhere, because I like to put arms on my Spider Mechs. But I'm also thinking of either having a cannon on the top, or maybe having pardon me, a scorpion tail type thing at the back. I'm leaning towards scorpion tail, like the HAW-206 from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, because that is one of my favourite mech designs ever, pretty much. So we'll end up having a couple of control units for the arms that are going to go near the front somewhere, and then another set of them for the tail at the back. So the tail's going to have two sections, so we're going to end up ultimately having 6 custom turret controllers in here, and then a bunch of timers and things. So I might put might do, yeah, I'm gonna probably put a battery up at the front somewhere. That's not the batteries, that's the batteries. It'd also help if I had the right colour for these things, although this is just kind of placeholder at the minute while I work stuff out. Again, doing this with creative tools is way easier because you can just copy and paste stuff about pretty easily. It's a bit trickier in survival mode. So I'll have power up there, because if that gets shot out, it's fair enough, I'm going to replace a battery. If the water controls get shot out, then the mech is dead in the water, so I'll probably stash them in the back. So, what will we do? What have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 block gap. We'll call it 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then leave a gap for stuff between there and the seat. So that timer block will end up being the main timer for the walk cycle. That will be the rotor that counts the steps. And then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 event controllers for counting the step cycle. And we'll have 1 and 2 there for forwards, 1 and 2 there for reverse, so that'll be left and right forwards, that'll be left and right backwards. I end up having to cut half of this out again to weld it up, but that'll be walk reset, that'll be walk start, that'll be walk forwards, and that'll be walk reverse, and that is kind of how I lay out the computers, or the little homemade computer type things that I use for doing the walk cycle stuff, so that fits in quite nicely. It's actually about the same size as a battery. And then we can squeeze in gyroscopes pretty much anywhere. We can have maybe some at the front, maybe some at the back. And then we can squeeze in all of the timers and things for the weapon controls pretty much anywhere we like. Might even use some of this space as well to build the body up a little bit more, because I want to have a bit of armor around all of those controls. We might do a layer of them, so we can put... Of course I've run out of steel. What am I dying of? Oh, I'm dying of lack of energy. I think I need to put the suit lady and the HUD warnings back on, because I've had them turned off. Oh, just stop it. There we go. I often have them turned off when I'm recording stuff for videos, because it gets a bit annoying when the suit lady starts talking over me. Okay, go around that way. And we can build that up around the sides. We'll figure out some kind of face and some cameras to put on him. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're in too bad of a position now. Just need to finish off that last leg. I'll do that later. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that so far. We'll have a central seating position there, so we're right in the middle of it when it spins around and we control it. And I might pop a door in the top so I can drop down, or actually I might actually be able to squeeze a door underneath, so we can get in from down here, maybe? Oh, that's actually pretty much the perfect size. We might be able to get away with doing that, actually. Let's bring you down a little bit. I'm going to stress out the suspension slightly, but If I cut that all out, that battery's going to be in the way, isn't it? Yeah, that battery's going to be entirely in the way. I might need to find a better place to put the power. How big's that door? Where's it gone? The door is... oh, that size, actually. Yeah, I might try and find a better home for the battery. Then again, if we cut that back all the way to there... we'll be just in front of the seat. Yeah, we'll go with the one that's covered up. Yeah, in fact, actually, we can actually extend the front out a bit. Oh, perfectly landed straight through that gap. You know what, let's weld that up and see what that's like before I knock off for the evening. Because we have just passed 5 hours. It's a little bit longer than I usually go on these streams. Yeah, because in theory, I might actually be able to just about reach the seat from down there. In fact, let's get that welded quickly and see if it is reachable from the floor. Not quite. Ah, it's a bit awkward. Maybe we can move the door back another block, possibly. Ah, that's annoying. I can't quite reach it from here. I just end up hitting the door instead. Every time I get the door rather than the seat. Yeah, every time I get the door rather than the seat. Damn it. Yeah, that's probably not as practical as I was hoping it would be. We'll work something out. Maybe I'll move the seat forward a little bit further. Yeah, that's not actually too bad. I might move the seat forward a block. Potentially. If I move the door back, then it's going to be underneath that. And that's possibly going to be a bit of an issue. What's it like if I do move the seat forwards? Let's grind you out. Let's just pop a block there for a second. Get a better angle on the seat. Maybe drop the door down a block. Potentially. To be honest, I'm going to end up using a different seat anyway. So we have that sitting further forward, because I like all my survival stuff to be reachable. Ah, there we go. If I have that a block further forward, I can easily reach that from the ground without having to do stupid stuff. There we go. That might be the answer then. Just move the seat slightly further forwards. Yeah, I can live with that actually. And then I might just move the turret controllers forward a little bit. Though I do still need to work out where the power and the battery is going to go. I don't really want to drop the door down a block because I need this space under here to get the docking system onto the mech. But that is easily reachable. That's far better. Yeah, that might work. And then I can have an event controller that closes that door when I get into this seat automatically. That'd be quite good. Yeah, alright. I think I've got a rough kind of plan for what I want to do next week. Cool, right. Yeah, so that's been well over 5 hours now, so I'm going to end this stream here. So, I will be back on... Depending on what I'm doing tomorrow, I might stream a bit of Elite Dangerous. Because I'm enjoying that game and I haven't really had much time to play it in the last week. I'll be back on Wednesday again for more Space Engineers 2 while we wait for VS2 to finally drop, VS 2.2 to finally drop. Oh, sorry about this, just as you get here. Oh, mate, sorry about that. I've been streaming for about 5 hours and it's now 11 o'clock at night, so I really need to go to bed. But I will be back on Wednesday for more SE2 while we wait for the new update to arrive, which is in about a week or two now. I'll be streaming more of this next Sunday. And like I said, I'm going to try and squeeze in some just creative building robot streams, because I've got a whole bunch of projects that need finishing. And again, at some point over the next week, I will get another episode of Alien Survival out, because I have not been able to do that for a week or so. But yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you very much to Selig for donating to the cat fund. That's very much appreciated. And yeah, I'll be back at various points over the next couple of days. And I've also got a few little secret project videos that are due to come out, I think, in the next week. So keep an eye out for that. You'll know it when you see it. Can't really say much more than that at the moment. And yeah, thanks for watching, and goodbye for now. I will see you all next time. Cheers, guys.